Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is our adaptation of a beautiful novel by William Morris, The Well at the World's End. Chapter 1, Four Brothers and a King's Blessing. Long ago, in a land nestled between high green hills and deep silver rivers, there was a quiet kingdom where the sun always seemed to shine just a little longer, and the stars arrived each evening as if reluctant to leave the sky. In this peaceful realm stood a stone castle with tall towers and ivy-draped walls. Birds sang from every rooftop, and the gardens were full of laughing streams and blooming roses. This castle was the home of a kindly old king and his 4 sons. The king was wise and gentle, with a beard like soft white clouds and eyes that twinkled even when he was deep in thought. He had ruled fairly for many years, and his people loved him dearly. But more than anything, he loved his sons, who each carried a piece of his heart. The eldest was Hugh, tall and proud, who dreamed of victory in battle and the sound of trumpets. The second was Gregory, clever and calm, who loved books and laws and the balance of justice. The third was Walter, merry and bold, always ready with a song and a tale, chasing laughter like a bird chases the breeze. And then there was the youngest, Ralph. Ralph was quiet where the others were loud, gentle where the others were bold. He did not crave war or crowns. Instead, he would sit beneath the great oak tree in the castle garden, watching the clouds drift like ships across the sky. He listened to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, the murmurs of streams. He dreamed often, but spoke little of what he dreamed. The people of the court sometimes looked at Ralph and wondered what would become of him. He does not wish to rule, they said. He is not a warrior, or a scholar, or a jester. What path will he walk? But the king, who understood more than most, would smile and say, Ralph's path lies further than the eye can see. One soft spring morning, as the dew still clung to the roses and the air was full of birdsong, the king called his sons into the great hall. The sunlight poured through the stained glass windows, painting the stone floor in blues and golds. My sons, the king said, his voice warm as honey, the time has come for you to seek your destinies. The world is wide, and your hearts are full. Go forth and find the roads meant for you. Hugh raised his sword and promised to bring glory to their name. Gregory bowed deeply and vowed to learn the wisdom of the far kingdoms. Walter laughed and said he would sing in every village from here to the sea. And Ralph, he stepped forward last, quiet and unsure. Father, he said softly, I do not yet know my path, but I dream, sometimes, of a place far beyond maps and mountains. A place called the Well at the World's End. The court fell silent. Even the wind seemed to pause. The king looked into Ralph's eyes for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly and said, Yes, I know of the well. It is a place few seek, and fewer still find. But if your heart is drawn to it, then it may be your true road. He rose from his throne and placed his hand gently on Ralph's head. Go, my son, and take my blessing with you. That night, while the stars twinkled above and the moon watched silently from the heavens, the brothers each packed their bags. Hugh polished his sword. Gregory rolled his maps. Walter tuned his lute, and Ralph wrapped a single cloak around his shoulders, packed a small loaf of bread, and tucked a silver charm from his mother into his pocket. They said their goodbyes beneath the old oak tree, where their mother had once sung to them as children. I'll miss you, said Walter, his eyes unexpectedly soft. Write if you can, said Gregory. Don't get lost, said Hugh, though there was a smile hiding in his frown. Ralph smiled at them all. I will follow the stars. And with that, he turned from the castle, from the laughter of his brothers and the warmth of home, and stepped onto the road. The sky above him stretched wide and deep, and somewhere, far away, the well at the world's end waited. Chapter 2, The Whisper of the Wind. The road unfolded before Ralph like a ribbon made of morning mist and golden light. It twisted through gentle hills and flower-speckled meadows, across bubbling brooks and beneath archways of trees that sighed as he passed. He walked slowly at first, savoring the stillness. Birds darted through the sky like brushstrokes in motion, and bees hummed from blossom to blossom. Though Ralph carried no sword or banner, he felt brave, for something unseen stirred within him, a quiet strength, like a candle burning softly in his chest. At night he made his bed beneath the stars, with only the sky for a ceiling and the grass for a pillow. He would build a little fire, warm his bread, and watch the constellations wheel overhead, like ancient guardians. Often he found himself dreaming, even before sleep took him, and every evening, just before the world went silent, he would hear something strange, a sound, not a voice exactly, but a presence. It came like a breeze that spoke, rustling the leaves in patterns he could almost understand. Sometimes it was a single word, east or further, and sometimes just the feeling of being gently pulled, as if the wind itself were guiding him. One twilight, as the sun melted into the hills and the sky turned a shade of velvet blue, Ralph sat beside a willow tree by a quiet stream. The water murmured secrets to the stones, and fireflies danced in the air like floating stars. He closed his eyes and listened. There it was again, the whisper, soft as a breath. It curled around his ear and stirred the tips of his hair. "The well is watching," it seemed to say. "The world is wide, but your heart is true. Keep walking, little dreamer." Ralph opened his eyes. The willow branches swayed though there was no wind. "Who speaks?" he asked aloud, though he did not expect an answer. Only the stream replied, rippling softly. He wondered if he was imagining things, but deep down he felt it again, that pull, like the world itself was leaning gently forward, nudging him along. In the days that followed, he came to notice more signs. A stone placed just so in the middle of a forked path. A bird that sang only when he turned in the right direction. A cloud that resembled a hand pointing eastward. He did not speak of these things to others, for he met few travelers, and those he did meet were too busy with their own business to notice signs in the wind. But one evening, in a little orchard on the edge of a sleepy village, an old woman offered him a place to rest. She wore a shawl made of moss and smelled of apples and wood smoke. Her home was carved into the base of a tree, so wide that the branches vanished into the clouds. As she poured him tea made from rose hips and mint, she looked at him with eyes like candle flames and said, "You've heard it, haven't you?" Ralph paused. "Heard what?" "The wind," she whispered. "The whisper that doesn't come from the trees, but from the world. It chooses only a few." He stared at her. "You know about it?" She nodded. "Long ago, I followed it too. Not as far as you will, I think. But I know its song." "Where does it lead?" he asked. She smiled gently. "To where the world ends and begins again. But the road is not always kind. It will test your heart before it lets you drink." Then she took his hand and pressed a small charm into his palm. A little stone carved with the shape of a spiral. "Keep walking," she said. "And when you doubt, hold this. The world will remember you." That night, Ralph slept beside her hearth, and when he woke, she was gone. The treehouse empty, but for the scent of mint and the faint echo of birdsong. He stepped outside and felt the breeze touch his face again. It tugged at his cloak. He smiled. "I'm listening," he said softly. And then he walked on. Chapter 3: The First Farewell. The morning sky stretched wide and clear as polished glass. A quiet breeze stirred the long grass, and a soft mist clung to the fields like a dream that had not yet finished forming. Ralph walked onward, the weight of his small pack light on his shoulders, but the feeling in his chest both heavy and hopeful. He had been walking for many days now, further than he had ever gone alone. Behind him lay the hills of home, and somewhere behind those hills, the castle where he had grown up. He hadn't looked back once. Not out of pride, but because something deep within him whispered, to look back is to hesitate. Still, he missed his family. Each morning he thought of his father's kind eyes, his mother's lullabies, and the way his brothers had always filled the halls with noise and laughter. He missed Walter's songs, Gregory's stories, and even Hugh's booming voice, calling him little one, though Ralph was nearly grown. One morning, as he passed through a quiet glade where the trees stood like old friends, he came upon a crossroads. There, perched on a fallen log, sat a figure tuning a lute. The notes danced like sunlight through leaves, familiar, bright, and full of mischief. "Walter," Ralph said in wonder. His brother looked up, grinning from ear to ear. "Well, look at you. Thought I'd be the first to wander far from home, but it seems you've got longer legs than I remembered." Ralph laughed and ran to embrace him. They sat together for hours, sharing bread and stories of the road. Walter had traveled through towns filled with candle makers and puppet shows, villages where the people spoke in rhymes, and forests where even the birds had accents. "And you?" Walter asked, strumming a soft tune. "What calls you forward?" Ralph stared into the woods, then looked down at his hands. "I'm looking for the well at the world's end." Walter let out a low whistle. "That old tale, the one from bedtime stories." Ralph nodded. "I've heard the wind whisper it. I feel it pulling me. I don't know how far, or even if it's real, but I have to follow it." Walter looked at him for a long moment, then he smiled. "You've always been the strange one," he said gently. "But maybe strange is just another word for brave." They slept that night under a canopy of leaves, like they had when they were boys, pretending to be knights under siege. But the next morning, the road split again, one path west toward Walter's next adventure, and one east toward the unknown. They stood together in the dawn light. "You'll keep singing?" Ralph asked. Walter grinned. "I'll sing your name in every inn, make you a legend before you even reach that well. And you'll visit home?" "Of course," said Walter. "Tell them the quiet one grew wings." They clasped hands, and for a moment neither wanted to let go. Then Ralph stepped onto the eastern path. He did not cry, not because he wasn't sad, but because some goodbyes are made of light, not sorrow. He carried the sound of Walter's lute in his heart as he walked, a melody that wrapped around him like a scarf against the wind. He was truly alone now, but he did not feel lonely, for he had made his first farewell, and still the wind whispered, "Keep going, brave heart. The world is listening." Chapter 4: The Road to Higham. Ralph's path led him through rolling fields of tall wheat that brushed against his fingertips like golden waves, and over quiet hills where flocks of sheep watched him with blinking eyes and calm curiosity. Each day the road widened a little more, and each night the stars seemed to edge closer, as if leaning in to listen to his thoughts. The wind still whispered, though more faintly now, as if resting. Ralph took this as a sign that he needed to look with his own eyes and listen with his own heart. One afternoon, after a long walk through sunlit meadows and shaded woodlands, Ralph came upon a small wooden sign nailed to a crooked post. "To Higham, 1 mile." He tilted his head. The name stirred something in his memory. Had his mother spoken it once in a bedtime story, or had it come to him in a dream? He followed the path, and soon found himself descending into a little valley, where a village lay nestled like a sleeping cat, warm and snug between two gentle hills. The cottages were made of old stone and thatched roofs, with wild flowers growing from their gardens and windowsills. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the air smelled of baking bread and blooming lavender. Children laughed in the distance. A cat with a crooked tail blinked at him from a rooftop. Higham, it looked like a place where nothing ever changed, where days were always soft and safe. But Ralph felt something beneath the stillness, a kind of quiet magic, like a harp string gently plucked beneath the surface of the world. He was greeted kindly by the villagers. An old man mending a fence offered him a cup of cool water. A girl carrying apples gave him one without a word, and skipped away before he could thank her. Everyone seemed to know he was not from there, but no one questioned it. Instead, they watched him with curious, respectful eyes, as though they sensed something unusual about the boy with the road dust on his boots and the starlight in his gaze. That night, Ralph was given a bed at the inn, which was not grand, but very clean and smelled like cinnamon and old books. The innkeeper, a woman with silvery hair and a voice like wind chimes, brought him a warm bowl of stew and a place by the hearth. As the fire crackled, Ralph noticed a painting above the mantel. It showed a tall woman standing beside a well, robed in silver, her hand outstretched as if in blessing. Her eyes were kind, but distant, like she was watching something beyond the edges of the world. "Who is she?" Ralph asked. The innkeeper looked up from her knitting. "We call her the Lady of Abundance," she said softly. "She used to come through Higham once every few years. No one knew where she lived, but flowers would bloom where she stepped, and people's hearts would lift just to see her. They say she knew the way to the well at the world's end. Ralph's heart gave a quiet leap. She knew the way? He asked, sitting forward. The innkeeper nodded slowly. Long ago, but she's not been seen in many years. Some say she was only a spirit. Others say she went east, beyond the hills, and never returned. Ralph looked back at the painting. The lady's eyes seemed to shimmer slightly in the firelight. Later that night, as he lay in the soft bed beneath a quilt, stitched with tiny stars, Ralph listened to the wind outside. This time it did not whisper in words, but it did move, circling the inn, slipping through the trees like a guardian keeping watch. He felt a sense of closeness, as though the road had curled around him like a protective arm. He thought of the lady in the painting. If she had walked this road, perhaps he was not so far behind her. The moonlight spilled across the floor like silver thread, and before sleep carried him away. Ralph promised himself that come morning he would ask every soul in Higham what they remembered of the Lady of Abundance, and where she might have gone. Because he knew now, with the certainty of stars and silence, that he must find her if he was ever to find the well. Chapter 5. The Lady of Abundance. The next morning, the village of Higham stirred beneath a pale golden sky. Dew clung to every blade of grass like tiny jewels, and the air smelled sweet, like honey warming on the hearth. Ralph rose with the sun and walked the village paths, asking gently of the people he passed, "Have you heard of the Lady of Abundance?" Some smiled and nodded, others paused with distant eyes, and a few simply said, "She hasn't come for many years." "She wore robes that shimmered like the moon," said one old woman, weaving herbs into a garland. "And her touch healed a fever in my sister that even the healer could not cure." "She walked barefoot," said a boy, "but no dust ever touched her feet." "She brought seed to a field that had lain fallow for 7 seasons," whispered a farmer, "and within a week, the wheat stood taller than a man." But when Ralph asked where she had gone, no one knew, or rather, no one would say. There was a hush around the question, as though speaking too much of her might break a sacred spell. Then a quiet voice spoke from the edge of the market. "I saw her," said a girl with eyes like lake water. She was no older than Ralph, with a calmness in her gaze that made her seem older than time. "She passed this way 2 summers ago, before the frost came early. She stayed just one night. Then she walked east, toward the hills where the birches grow thin." Ralph's heart lifted. "Do you know where she was going?" The girl shook her head slowly, only that she walked like someone who had far to go, and was not afraid. That was enough. Ralph thanked her and followed the direction she had pointed, climbing gently into the hills east of Higham. The road narrowed and gave way to a forest of slender trees with white bark and green gold leaves that flickered like coin in the wind. He walked in silence for most of the day, until the path led to a clearing that opened like a page in a book. At its center stood a pool so still it mirrored the sky perfectly, cloud for cloud, branch for branch. And there, beside the water, stood a figure. She wore robes the color of dawn and dusk mingled, woven through with threads of silver so fine they shimmered even in the shade. Her hair fell like liquid bronze, and around her feet grew wildflowers in full bloom, though the earth elsewhere was bare. She did not seem startled to see Ralph. In fact, she turned toward him before he even stepped into view, as though she had been waiting. "You are far from home, child of the West," she said. Her voice was like harp strings touched by wind. Ralph swallowed, unsure whether to bow or speak, or simply stand very still. "Are you the Lady of Abundance?" "I have been called that," she said, with a small, knowing smile. "But I have had many names, and none truly mine." He stepped closer, not quite daring to meet her eyes. "I seek the well at the world's end. They say you know the way." She studied him quietly, as if looking through his skin and into the folds of his heart. Then she nodded once. "You seek something many speak of, but few truly desire. Do you know what the well gives?" Ralph hesitated. "Peace, healing, truth, all of those," she said. "But also change, deep change, the kind that cannot be undone. The well does not simply give, it awakens. Are you ready to be someone new, if that is what the water asks of you?" Ralph thought of his home, his family, the comforts he had left behind. He thought of the nights alone, and the wind's strange whisper. He thought of the firelight in Higham, and the feeling that the world was listening. "I don't know if I'm ready," he said at last, "but I want to be." She stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. It was light as a leaf, but he felt warmth spread through him, a stillness like sunlight through deep water. "Then you are closer than most." From her cloak she pulled a small object wrapped in green silk. She placed it in his hands. Inside was a token, a tiny vial filled with something that shimmered like morning mist caught in crystal. "When the road turns dark and you forget why you walk it," she said, "open this. It will remind you." Ralph looked up, wanting to ask her to come with him, to show him the path herself. But already she was fading, not vanishing, but becoming part of the trees, the air, the light itself. "Will I see you again?" he called out. Her voice came like wind through leaves. "You will find me in every kindness, in every wild thing that grows where none was planted. I walk always beside the brave." And then she was gone. Ralph stood alone in the clearing. The pool still mirrored the sky, but now a single lily floated on its surface where none had been before. He looked at the vial in his hand, then carefully tucked it into the pouch at his belt. The wind stirred again. Eastward, he walked. Chapter 6. The Warning in the Woods. The forest was waiting. As Ralph left the clearing where the Lady of Abundance had stood, the path narrowed, and the light grew softer, filtered through layers of old trees. Their trunks were wide as towers and covered in moss, so thick it looked like velvet. Sunlight came in through the leaves in pale ribbons, and the air smelled of earth, bark, and hidden things. This was no common wood. It felt aware, as though each branch remembered who had passed beneath it, and each root curled with secrets. Still, Ralph walked on, his boots brushing aside fallen leaves and fern. His heart was calm, but alert. He had the vial from the Lady of Abundance tucked safely in his pouch, and its faint shimmer seemed to warm against his side, as if assuring him he was still on the right path. He did not know where the path would lead. In truth, the path was hardly there anymore, just the ghost of a trail winding between the trees, like something half remembered from a dream. Then he heard it, a voice. Not loud, not even close, but clear, like a bell carried on the wind. "Turn back." Ralph paused. The forest around him was still. No birds, no breeze, just that single word hanging in the air like mist. "Turn back." It came again, softer this time, from deeper among the trees. It wasn't threatening. It wasn't cruel. If anything, it sounded sad. "Who's there?" Ralph called out. No answer came, only a hush, as if the entire forest were holding its breath. He stepped forward, and the forest changed. The trees grew closer together, their branches tangled like the fingers of sleeping giants. The light dimmed until the shadows clung to the air like ink. Every so often, Ralph caught glimpses of movement out of the corner of his eye. Just the flutter of a leaf, the sway of a branch, but when he turned to look, there was nothing. Still, he was not afraid. Not quite. He walked slowly, one step at a time, until he came to a small hollow where the ground dipped and the trees parted, just enough to let in a thin shaft of golden light. There, in the middle of the clearing, stood a tree unlike the others. It was small, with bark white as bone and leaves silver as moonlight. Beneath its branches sat a figure wrapped in a dark cloak. The figure did not move. Ralph approached cautiously, every footstep sounding loud in the silence. "Are you the one who spoke?" he asked. The figure lifted its head. Beneath the hood was a face carved with age and shadow, but the eyes were bright and clear. "You carry the lady's token," the figure said, "and the wind has marked you. That means you will go far, perhaps even to the well. But not all roads should be walked, even by the brave." Ralph said nothing. He waited. The figure gestured to the forest behind them. "Many have come here seeking wonder. Some sought power, others peace, but not all came with pure hearts. The forest knows the difference." Ralph frowned. "Do you mean to frighten me?" "No," said the figure, and there was no malice in the voice. "I mean to warn you. There are places ahead where your name will be forgotten, where even your dreams will seem false. You must remember why you walk. If you forget that, the well will be just another empty pool." Ralph touched the vial at his side. "I remember." The figure studied him for a long moment, then it nodded. "Then go forward. but listen always. Not just with your ears, but with your heart. And when the road splits, do not always choose the path that looks easiest. As Ralph turned to leave the clearing, the figure called after him one last time. Not every smile is kindness. Not every shelter is safe. Trust your heart. Trust the wild. And then the hollow was gone. One blink, and Ralph was alone again. The white tree vanished, the light dimmed, and only the memory of the warning lingering in the hush of the trees. He walked on, slower now, wiser. Chapter 7. A Cloak of Stars. The forest gave way slowly, as if reluctant to release Ralph from its shadowed watch. Daylight returned in gentle waves, first as a soft glow between branches, then as golden light pouring through a break in the trees. By the time he stepped into a wide green meadow, the sun had begun its descent, dipping low toward the horizon like a tired king sinking into sleep. Ralph let out a slow breath. He had passed the whispering woods. He could still feel the presence of the forest behind him, watchful, wise, and mysterious. But the air ahead was open and fresh, scented with thyme and clover. The path curved beside a brook, its waters tumbling over stones with a cheerful voice. He followed it until he reached a small footbridge made of old planks and vines. There, in the shade of a willow tree, he saw her. A young woman sat alone beside the bridge, her head bowed, her dark hair falling like a curtain over her face. Her dress was simple, travel-worn, and her pack lay beside her with its flap half open. Her hands were pressed together tightly in her lap, and even from a distance, Ralph could see the way her shoulders curled inward, as if trying to hold something fragile together inside her chest. He hesitated. He thought of the warning in the woods. Not every smile is kindness. Not every shelter is safe. But she wasn't smiling. She wasn't pretending. She simply looked lost. So Ralph stepped forward. "Are you all right?" he asked gently. The woman looked up. Her eyes were tired, but clear. "No," she said softly, "but thank you for asking." He didn't press her for answers. Instead, he sat a short distance away and offered her a piece of his bread. They ate in silence. The brook sang between them. Few birds fluttered down into the grass, pecked at seeds, and flitted off again. After a while, she spoke. "My name is Lyra," she said. "I was traveling north, but my path turned strange, and then the storm came, and I lost my way. I've had nothing warm for 2 days." Ralph reached into his pack and took out his cloak. It was a simple woolen thing, worn soft at the edges from long travel, but still warm. "Here," he said, holding it out. Lyra blinked in surprise. "But won't you be cold?" "I've walked through the forest," Ralph said with a small smile. "This air feels kind by comparison." She wrapped the cloak around herself and closed her eyes. "You're very kind," she murmured. Ralph shrugged, just trying to follow the wind. They shared the twilight, watching as the sky turned a deeper blue and the first stars shyly appeared. After some time, Lyra stood and brushed the grass from her dress. She reached into her own satchel and drew something out, a bundle of dark cloth, folded neatly and tied with silver thread. "You gave me warmth when I had none," she said, "and I am not what I seem." Ralph tilted his head. She handed him the bundle. "This is a cloak. It was given to me long ago, by a weaver who stitched magic into every thread. I can no longer carry it where I am going. But you are walking a path that needs such things." He unfolded the cloth and gasped. The cloak shimmered like midnight sky. Tiny specks of silver glinted across its surface, stars that pulsed softly as though alive. It was as light as mist, but when he wrapped it around his shoulders, he felt warmth rise instantly through him. Not just warmth of the body, but of the heart, courage, comfort, calm. Lyra smiled, her expression suddenly far older than her face. "That cloak will light the way when you forget which way to go. But more than that, it will remind you that kindness is a kind of magic too." Before he could thank her again, she turned and crossed the bridge, disappearing into the trees on the far side without another word. Ralph stood a long time beneath the willow, wearing the cloak of stars. The night deepened. Above, the real stars shimmered in silent reply, as if recognizing their woven kin. And Ralph felt no fear. He lay beside the brook that night, wrapped in starlight, and dreamed of the well. not as a place far away, but as something drawing closer, step by step. Each time he chose compassion over caution, kindness over comfort. Chapter 8. A Town Behind Walls. The morning dawned with soft clouds and golden light. Birds followed Ralph as he walked, flitting from tree to tree as if guiding him. The cloak of stars hung about his shoulders, dim in daylight but comforting, like a promise made by the night itself. The brook narrowed, then vanished into the hills, and soon the road became wide and smooth. It was well traveled, pressed flat by carts and horses, and lined with worn stones polished by countless footsteps. By midday, Ralph saw the walls. They rose from the earth like cliffs of stone covered in ivy and banners. High above, towers caught the sunlight, and bells rang out in slow, measured notes. The gates were tall and arched, and guarded by men in cloaks of crimson, their armor polished like mirrors. A town, but not a village like Higham. This place, Wilmer, as the gate sign read, was filled with people, noise, and order. The air buzzed with voices, footsteps, and distant music. The guards watched Ralph closely as he entered, but said nothing. Inside the gates, the town burst with life. Market stalls overflowed with fruit, cloth, trinkets, and sweet-smelling candles. Nobles passed by in fine robes. Children played in shadowed alleys. There were gardens in courtyards and water flowing through stone channels that hummed like tiny rivers. It was beautiful, clean, safe, but there was something else too. Stillness, not peace, but stillness, like a lake without wind, too quiet beneath the surface. Ralph walked the cobbled streets, uncertain. He was not turned away. In fact, he was welcomed. An innkeeper waved him inside a tall house painted with green and gold leaves. "You're a traveler," she said warmly. "You must stay with us. Rest. Eat. You look like you've seen a dozen roads." Ralph nodded. "I've seen a few." They gave him bread with honey and milk spiced with cinnamon. His bed was soft. The pillows were made of swan feather. At night, music drifted up from the tavern below. Soft flutes, low harps, a voice singing lullabies in a language older than rain. It would have been easy to stay. So easy. Each day, someone offered him something more. A merchant offered a job cataloguing maps. A tailor offered to stitch new boots for him, free of charge, if you'll stay just one more week. A wise woman offered to teach him herbs and remedies. And all of them said the same thing. Why chase stories? Why follow an old legend when you could have comfort, warmth, and purpose right here? Ralph tried to explain. There's something I'm meant to find, something beyond this. But they only smiled. No one leaves Wilmer, or if they do, they come back again. You'll see. The world out there is harder than you think. The well? It's just a tale. And that was when Ralph began to feel it. The pull, like gentle chains around his heart. Not harsh, not cruel, but soft, comfortable, safe, too safe. One evening he went walking through the quiet back lanes, trying to clear the fog in his thoughts. The streets curved in gentle spirals, always leading back to the same courtyard with the old fountain and the same 3 lanterns that never seemed to go out. He stopped. The wind had stopped too. He stood perfectly still. Then he reached for the vial the Lady of Abundance had given him. It was warm. He uncorked it. A faint light escaped, not bright, but sure. It spun upward in the shape of a single falling feather, then vanished. In its place, Ralph felt a sudden rush of memory. The forest's hush, the silver tree, the whisper in the wind, the kindness in Lyra's eyes, the stars on his cloak. He remembered why he walked. And he turned. The next morning, the townspeople were surprised to see him at the gate, cloak fastened, boots laced. "You're leaving?" said the innkeeper. "But you've only just arrived." Ralph smiled kindly. "Some places are meant to be passed through, not stayed in. My road is still waiting." "But where are you going?" He looked to the hills, to the edge of the map. They watched him go, puzzled. And when he passed through the gates, the wind rose behind him like a friend returned. It caught the edge of his cloak and set the stars on it shimmering. Just for a moment, he didn't look back. He walked east. Chapter 9. The Secret Map. The road eastward from Wilmer grew quieter. The world softened again. Fewer wagons, Fewer voices. Trees returned like old companions, lining the path with their quiet watchfulness. The wind whispered once more, like a melody remembered after silence. Ralph welcomed the stillness. His thoughts felt clearer now. The town had been warm and full of comforts, but comfort was not what he was seeking. Somewhere far ahead, the well still called to him, not with words but with a kind of knowing, and now that knowing had begun to grow. He followed a winding road through a low, forested valley and came at last to a little village, nestled beneath a steep green hill. The village had no sign and no banners. Its buildings were low and old, made of weathered stone and roofed with moss. Everything felt forgotten, but not unloved. Here, he found rest in a cottage inn kept by an elderly couple who barely spoke but smiled often. Their kindness was simple and wordless: a cup of broth, a dry place to sleep, and a small candle by his bed. The wife touched his starry cloak and nodded, as if in silent recognition, but asked no questions. The next morning, as soft fog drifted through the valley, Ralph wandered the village. Tucked beside the square was a crooked old building with tall windows, glass clouded with age. Over the door, a sign carved in curling letters read, "The House of Quiet Pages." Inside, it smelled of parchment, dust, and dried lavender. Books lined every wall, their spines faded and worn, some stacked in piles where shelves had long since overflowed. A round window cast a circle of sunlight onto a table scattered with scrolls and half-mended bindings. Behind the counter sat a small man with spectacles and an ink-stained scarf, gently repairing the torn edge of a book with thread and glue. He looked up as Ralph entered and blinked. "Traveler," he said, "you have the look of someone seeking what others no longer believe in." "I'm looking for a well," Ralph said simply. "A well at the world's end." The librarian raised an eyebrow, then gestured to the shelves. "There are no maps here to such places. At least, not the kind you can read with your eyes alone." Ralph walked the rows of books. They were filled with strange titles: the grammar of trees, the names of forgotten stars, the index of paths that vanished. He reached for one, Songs of Far Travelers, and flipped through it. Inside were lyrics and symbols, scrawled in dozens of hands. One verse stood out, though he did not know why. "Drink not from the stream that sings too sweet. Follow instead the silence of stone." He read for hours, quiet as snowfall, and just as he was about to close one particularly ancient book of legends, something fell out from between its pages. A map, small, folded many times. The parchment was yellowed and feather-light. Ink faded to grey. But as Ralph opened it, the shapes danced into clarity, as if the paper had only been sleeping, waiting for someone to remember it. Mountains, rivers, strange landmarks, like the mirror field, and the stairs that descend into sky. At the very edge, drawn in silver ink that shimmered faintly when turned toward the light, was a dot labeled simply "The Well." Below it, in a script finer than thread, was written, "The road is real only when walked. Seek not the path, but the pattern beneath it." Ralph looked up, breathless. The librarian had stepped beside him without a sound. "Few notice that one," he said, peering at the map through his spectacles. "Even fewer are brave enough to follow it." Ralph turned to him. "Do you believe it's real?" "I believe the world holds more than we are taught to see," said the man. "And some stories wait to be lived before they become true." Ralph folded the map with great care and tucked it beside the vial and the starry cloak. He left the library just as the sun broke through the clouds, casting long golden rays down into the valley. As he stepped out into the light, the wind stirred once more, and it felt like the map itself was humming gently in his pocket, as if it had waited lifetimes for someone to carry it again. He smiled, whispered a thank you to the silent pages, and walked on. Chapter 10: The Ship of the Moon. The path left the hills behind and carried Ralph through wide, salt-scented grasslands. The wind changed. It no longer whispered of forests or fields, but of tides and gulls, and distant shores. The air grew cooler, and in the evenings he heard the hush and sigh of waves, soft and steady, like a giant sleeping somewhere just beyond sight. Ralph knew, though no one had told him, that he was nearing the sea. The map he had found guided him more by feel than sight. Its landmarks did not always match the world as others saw it, but they seemed to fit the rhythm of his steps. He passed a lone tree shaped like a hand, just where the map marked the gesture that points. He crossed a stream that flowed uphill for 5 paces before falling into a quiet marsh marked as water that remembers. And then, one morning, as the mist rolled low and the sky turned pale pearl, Ralph crested a rise and saw it. The sea, endless, silver, quiet as breath. Below him lay a small harbor town, cradled against the rocks like a shell against the shore. It had no name he could see. There were no roads leading in or out, only worn footpaths, seagulls, and the echo of waves. The harbor had just one pier, stretching out like a finger pointing into the unknown, and moored at the end of it was a ship. Not a fishing boat, nor a trader's vessel. No crew bustled about it, no sails hung furled. It looked asleep, almost dreaming, as if it had been summoned from another world, and was only half here. It was long and narrow, built of wood, so pale it seemed to glow. Its railings were carved with strange patterns, stars, moons, and waves flowing into one another like a song without end. Its single sail hung still, stitched from cloth that shimmered faintly, even without sunlight. On the ship's bow was written one word, in silver: Lunessa. Ralph stepped onto the pier. The wood creaked beneath his feet, but the ship made no sound. He walked to the end and stood before the vessel. "Are you waiting for someone?" he asked softly. The sail stirred. Then a voice, not loud, not human, but clear, floated into his thoughts. "You carry the map. You wear the stars. You listen to the wind. You are meant to cross." Ralph climbed aboard. There was no captain, no crew, no oars. Yet the moment he sat upon the low bench beneath the mast, the ship stirred, as if exhaling after a long sleep. The rope untied itself from the post. The Lunessa glided away from the dock in utter silence, the water parting before her with gentle reverence. Ralph looked back once, just once, and saw the harbor town growing smaller, the mist folding gently behind it until it was gone, not lost, just hidden again. Then he faced forward. The ship moved without sail or rudder, drawn not by the wind but by something deeper, perhaps the moon herself, who now rose pale and full in the daytime sky, hanging like a lantern above the sea. Time blurred. By day, the sky stayed soft and pale, the horizon never quite meeting the sea. By night, the stars above seemed to echo the ones on his cloak. Sometimes they blinked in rhythm, sometimes they whispered. Once, Ralph was sure he heard a lullaby being hummed by the waves themselves. He ate only what appeared, a bowl of berries and honeycomb left mysteriously by his side each morning, and warm tea that tasted like memory and hope. He slept on a bed of folded mist, rocked by the ship's steady rhythm, and in his dreams, he saw places not yet reached. A tower of mirrors floating in a cloud, a field where time moved sideways, a garden at the world's edge, guarded by silence. He did not ask the ship where they were going. He trusted, and then, one morning, he could not say how many had passed. The Lunessa slowed. A shape appeared on the horizon. Not a port, not a city, but a long curved shore of smooth black sand, bordered by cliffs covered in silver grass. Above the cliffs, a stone stair wound upward into mist. The ship came to rest without a sound. Ralph stepped off onto the cool sand. The ship lingered a moment longer, then slowly drifted back into the sea, vanishing into the pale light. He was alone again, but not lost. The wind kissed his cheek. The grass ahead bent gently toward the stairs. The path was waiting. Chapter 11. The Island of Silence. The sand was soft and black, like cooled ash. Each step Ralph took left a perfect print behind him, but no wind came to erase it. No gulls cried, no waves broke. The sea was still, the air unmoving. Ahead, the cliffs loomed pale and smooth, rising into a mist that clung like gauze to the rocks. The stone stairway wound its way up the cliffside, carved not with sharp angles, but smooth curves, as though grown, not built. Ralph climbed. The higher he went, the more the world hushed. No insects chirped. No breeze stirred the grasses. Even the sound of his boots on stone grew faint, as though muffled by something deeper than air. At the top of the cliff was a wide, level plateau, soft with pale grass that bent beneath his feet like the pages of an unread book. A forest ringed the space, but the trees were unlike any Ralph had seen, tall and white, with smooth trunks and no branches, until their tops where leaves unfurled like silver fans. The light filtered down in pale sheets, as if the air itself glowed gently from within. And in the center of this strange, perfect place stood a stone bench beside a still pool. Ralph stepped toward it and sat. He listened. There was no sound, not even from his own breathing. He moved his hand through the grass. It made no sound. He tapped the stone bench. Nothing. It was not that the place was quiet, but that sound itself had been gently removed. He had arrived at the island of silence, and there was nothing to do but be. For the first time since he had left home, there was no voice to guide him, no whisper in the wind, no songs in the distance, no map to read, no riddle to answer, only stillness. At first, Ralph felt uneasy. He tried to think, he tried to plan, but thoughts too grew heavy in this place. They drifted away from him, like leaves on water. Then he stopped trying. He sat and sat. Hours passed, or minutes, or days. He could not tell. In the silence, things long buried began to rise. Memories. A moment in the garden at home, watching ants carry breadcrumbs beneath the old stone bench. The sound of his mother's voice humming when she thought no one heard. The way Walter once sang a lullaby to their baby sister, off-key and laughing, but so gently it made Ralph cry. The fear he felt before setting out, the guilt of leaving, the quiet strength that grew with each step. He did not speak, he did not cry, but something inside him shifted, something deep and slow like stone reshaped by water. He saw himself as he was, not a knight or a hero or a prince, but a boy with quiet courage. A boy who walked, not because he knew where the road would lead, but because he believed there was something worth finding. And for the first time, that was enough. He opened his eyes. Across the pool, a figure stood, not a person, not exactly, more like a reflection that had risen from the still water, a shape made of light and memory, tall and faceless, robed in silver shadow. It raised one hand and pointed. Ralph turned. Beside the pool now stood a narrow archway of stone. It had not been there before. Etched into the top of the arch was a symbol, a spiral of stars. Ralph stood. He looked once more at the reflection across the water. It bowed its head slightly, then faded back into the silence. He walked through the arch, and the moment he stepped beyond it, the world returned. Sound rushed back, like a river breaking through a dam, the rustle of wind, the song of a far bird, his own breath, quick and steady. He was on the other side of the forest. Behind him, the arch was gone, but the silence remained inside him, not as emptiness, but as space, a deep, calm place that he could carry with him, a well within. He touched the vial at his side. It was warm again. He touched his starry cloak. The stars were shining. He touched the map. A new path had appeared, just faintly inked, just enough to follow. And he walked forward. Chapter 12, The Golden Snake. The world changed again. Beyond the island of silence, the land fell away into dry hills and wide, wind-swept plains where little grew. The grass here was thin and colorless, and the soil cracked like parchment under Ralph's feet. There were no trees, no streams, no songbirds, only sky above, huge and pale, like an endless dome, and dust that whispered in little spirals across the hard ground. The wind still moved with him. But now, it did not sing. It watched. The path narrowed to a trail of smooth white stones, leading him into a vast stretch of land, the map named the Ashen Reach. There was no shade. The sun hung overhead like a coin on fire. Ralph walked with quiet resolve. By now, he had learned that the hardest part of the road was not always the terrain. It was what stirred in the heart when the world around it grew still and sharp. Doubt, weariness, the quiet question, why keep going? But the silence of the island lived inside him now, a steady warmth. And so he walked. By the third day in the reach, the horizon shimmered. At first, Ralph thought it was heat haze, but as he drew closer, the shimmer became foam coiled low to the ground, unmoving. He stopped. It was a snake, longer than a wagon, thick as a tree trunk, and gleaming like polished gold. Its scales shimmered with an unnatural luster, each one like a tiny mirror. Its head rested upon its coils, and its eyes, huge, unblinking, watched Ralph without expression. It did not hiss, it did not strike, it simply was. A warning or a guardian. The path continued, but the serpent lay directly across it, as if laid there by the world itself. Ralph did not draw a weapon. He had none to draw. Instead, he stood very still. The wind fell silent. Even the dust seemed to pause. Slowly he stepped forward, not toward the snake's head, but beside it. He knelt. "You don't want to harm me," he said quietly, "but you're afraid I'll harm you." The golden eyes blinked once. Ralph reached into his satchel. He drew out the last of his dried fruit and placed it on the ground before the creature. Then he reached farther and found something else. His mother's charm, a small silver disc she'd tucked into his hand the day he left. He held it in his palm so the serpent could see the symbol upon it, a circle within a circle, the sign of gentleness and return. "I mean no harm," he whispered. "I walk in peace." For a long moment, the golden snake did not move. Then it blinked again, lifted its head slightly, and without a sound uncoiled. Its long, shining body moved with impossible grace, gliding in a wide arc that circled Ralph completely once, twice, 3 times. He felt no fear. On the 4th pass, the serpent paused, its great head lowered until its jeweled eyes were level with his. And in that moment, Ralph felt something pass between them, not words, but knowing, a sharing of truths. Not all creatures that appear dangerous are meant to be fought. Not all guardians test strength, some test mercy. The snake's tongue flickered once, tasting the air. Then it slid away, disappearing into the dust like sunlight vanishing behind a cloud. The path ahead was clear, but in its place, on the stone where the snake had lain, was a single scale, gleaming, golden, warm to the touch. Ralph picked it up. As his fingers closed around it, he felt a new strength fill him. Not loud, not fierce, but sure. It was the strength that comes from choosing kindness, even when courage is easier. He tucked the scale into his satchel with the map and the vial. The reach grew cooler as he walked on. The sky softened. The wind returned, brushing gently through his hair, as if proud of him. And somewhere in the distance, for just a moment, he thought he heard the faint hiss of scales sliding over stone, not as a warning this time, but as a blessing. Chapter 13, The Old Knight and the Fire Cave. The ashen reach gave way at last to stone, wide, sun-bleached slabs that stretched toward the horizon like the ribs of a giant buried beneath the world. The path grew sharper, the wind thinner, every sound echoed. Even the beating of Ralph's heart felt louder. The map, now familiar in his hands, told him what lay ahead, the Cave of Fire, where flame burns not to harm, but to reveal. As he climbed a rocky slope, the sky deepened into gold, then amber. The sun sank low, casting shadows like stretched ink across the ground. And there, at the foot of a jagged ridge, Ralph saw the mouth of the cave. It was enormous, an opening in the stone like a black eye watching the world. Red light flickered from within, casting dancing glows on the rock walls, as if the cave breathed fire, and before it sat a knight. His armor was old, iron-scorched and scarred, dulled by years of ash. His helm lay beside him, revealing a face lined with time and memory. His beard was silver, his eyes sharp as moonlight through frost. He did not rise as Ralph approached. Instead, he stirred the fire with the end of a long, blackened sword. "Another one," the knight said, his voice like gravel stirred by wind. "Another dreamer chasing a well." Ralph nodded. "I seek the well at the world's end." The knight's gaze narrowed. "And what do you plan to do with it, should you find it?" "I don't know," Ralph answered, truthfully. "But I walk toward it, because my heart asks me to. Because the world feels like it's waiting for someone to find it again." Silent. The knight placed a fresh branch on the fire. Sparks rose in strange shapes. Birds, keys, eyes, stars. before vanishing into the air. "You're not the first," he said. "Many have come. Most were turned back. Some came with swords drawn, thinking they could claim the well by force. Others came with riddles and books, thinking it would open to cleverness." He gestured toward the cave. "Inside is a fire. You must pass through it. Not with your body, but with your truth. If you carry lies or fear, it will show them to you. Not to destroy you, but to ask, are you ready to leave them behind?" Ralph stepped closer to the knight. "Will you stop me?" The old man chuckled. "No, boy. I'm not here to guard. I'm here to witness, to remember, and to ask one question." He turned his eyes on Ralph, bright and piercing. "Tell me, what is the truest thing you've learned on your road?" Ralph was silent for a moment. He could feel the fire's warmth on his face, and beyond it, the dark mouth of the cave breathing out slow heat. Then he spoke, that the road is not conquered by strength or speed, but by kindness. That the hardest trials aren't monsters or storms, but staying true to your heart when no one sees. That every time I've helped another, I've drawn closer to the well. The knight listened, unmoving. Then he smiled, just a little. "Good," he said. "That's enough." He stood, joints creaking like ancient doors, and stepped aside. He gestured to the cave. "It's your turn now." Ralph walked forward. The heat grew, but it was not scorching. It wrapped around him like sunlight through glass, warm and deep. He stepped into the fire, but there were no flames. Instead, the cave shimmered with glowing walls, veins of light pulsing like a heartbeat. The air was thick with memory. Ralph walked deeper, and the cave showed him himself. He saw his first steps from the castle, the laughter of his brothers, the tear in his mother's eye. He saw the Lady of Abundance, Lyra, by the brook, the Island of Silence, the Golden Snake, and then he saw the moments he had doubted, the time he nearly turned back, the temptation of Wilna, the fear in his chest when no path appeared. Each moment appeared in firelight, not to judge him, but to reveal. He stood still and watched them all. Then quietly he said, "Yes, that's me. But I keep walking." The flames pulsed once, like a sigh of understanding, and they parted. He stepped through into the cool air on the other side of the cave. Night had fallen. Stars bloomed overhead. And behind him, the fire grew quiet. The old knight was gone, but in Ralph's hand was something new. A pendant shaped like a flame curled into a spiral. It glowed faintly. He fastened it to the string around his neck beside his mother's charm. Then he looked up at the night, where a single star shone brighter than all the rest. He followed it. Chapter 14. The Mountains That Move. The path grew steep. The air thinned and cooled, and stone began to rise in great sheets and steps, as though the land itself had folded upward to touch the sky. No signs marked the way now. No villages, no resting places, only cliffs and spires and jagged ridges reaching into clouds that flickered with cold light. The map gave no instructions here. It simply marked the range with a single name, written in faded ink. The Mountains That Move. Ralph stood at the base of the first great slope and looked up. The rocks shimmered slightly, like heat rising off summer roads, but the air was cold. Still, he stepped forward. The first day's climb was steady. He followed a switchback trail carved into the rock, and though narrow, it held beneath his feet. A few mountain birds passed overhead. The wind tugged gently at his cloak, but on the second day, the path vanished. Not with a warning, not suddenly. It simply faded, as if erased behind him by some unseen hand. When he looked back, the trail was gone. The rock was smooth and untouched. He turned forward again and saw no new path either. Just endless stone, no obvious direction, no sign of where to place his feet. The sky darkened as clouds crawled in, slow and heavy. It did not rain, but the mist thickened until the cliffs ahead and behind disappeared. Ralph sat down and closed his eyes. At first, there was only his heartbeat, the sound of breathing, the whisper of wind. Then came a memory. The Lady of Abundance, her voice like moonlight. Only the pure of heart may drink from the well. The Island of Silence. You must listen not just with your ears, but with your heart. And from the old knight, the fire reveals, not destroys. He took a slow breath and let go of panic. He placed his hand on the stone. It was warm, not from sun, but from life. It hummed softly. He stood and took a single step, not guided by sight, but by feel. The stone shifted, not beneath his foot, but ahead. He felt it, not as an earthquake, but as a suggestion, a rearranging like the mountain responding. Another step, and again, the faint ripple of change. The mountains moved, but not randomly. They were watching him, not with eyes, but with shape, with echo. The mountains did not block him. They tested him. They asked a question with every ridge and drop. Do you trust yourself to walk where no path is marked? And Ralph answered by continuing. For 3 days, he climbed without trail. He passed towers of stone that twisted like braids. He stepped across ravines where wind howled like wolves, and where a single misplaced footfall could have ended everything. But he trusted. He found food where none should be. Tiny blue berries growing from the cracks in the cliff, sweet and nourishing. At night he slept in narrow ledges, wrapped in his starry cloak. The stars above mirrored those sewn into its cloth. He whispered thanks into the wind, and the rock beneath him always seemed to grow a little softer, as if listening. On the 4th day, he came to the highest peak yet. It stood sharp and narrow, and at the top, barely visible, was something carved. A circle of stone surrounded by columns, like an ancient observatory or forgotten temple. The climb was harder here. No handholds, no trail. But Ralph had learned not to look for the way. He closed his eyes and placed his palm on the rock. A sound, not a voice, but a deep tone, moved through the mountain. The wind, still. He opened his eyes, and before him, the stone shifted. A single stair formed, then another and another, each one appearing only after the last was stepped upon. He climbed, slowly, steadily, trusting the rhythm. And when he reached the top, breathless and blinking in the high golden light, he stood within the circle of stone and saw something incredible. The land beyond, the edge of the world. And there, like a drop of silver at the very center of the far horizon, was a glimmer. The well, not a promise, not a dream, real. Ralph laughed, a small, surprised sound that echoed among the stones like birdsong. He had found the path, not on a map, not in signs, but in himself. He knelt at the center of the stone circle. Someone long ago had carved a spiral there, almost worn away by time. He placed his hand upon it. The wind swirled once around him, then carried on ahead east, always east, and he rose and followed it. Chapter 15. The Garden at the Edge. The land beyond the mountains was unlike anything Ralph had ever seen. It was not wild nor ruined, nor vast, in any ordinary sense. It was simply quiet. Not the quiet of silence or sleep, but of waiting. A hush that filled the space between breaths, as though the world itself had paused in reverence. No trees grew here, and no rivers ran. Yet the ground was soft and rich, covered in mosses of soft silver and blue-green, glowing faintly beneath his feet. Strange flowers opened without stems, petals rising directly from the earth, like offerings. Their colors were unfamiliar, shades of gold deeper than flame, blues like the sky in dreams, and purples that seemed to pulse gently, as though breathing. Ralph walked carefully, almost reverently. There was no road here, no path, only space, and a feeling that each step mattered. At the center of this strange land stood a wall, not a high wall, nor one built to keep anything out. It was waist height, made of pale stone, covered in carvings so old they had softened with time. Spirals, stars, eyes, trees, symbols Ralph had seen before, but never understood until now. Beyond the wall, a garden, but not a garden made by hands. This one had become, as if grown from dreams and memory. A single tree stood in the middle of it. Not tall, not grand. Its trunk was smooth and silver gray, its leaves thin as whispers, pale green at the tips and veined with silver. Beneath its branches, the grass shimmered like still water, and on its branches hung fruit, small, round, glowing faintly, like moonlight pressed into shape. And sitting beneath the tree, as though she had always been there, was a woman. She wore robes the color of starlight on snow, Her hair was silver, her face ageless. When Ralph stepped through the low opening in the wall, she looked up. "I've been waiting," she said. Ralph swallowed, not with fear, but with awe. "Is this the well?" She shook her head gently. "Not yet, but it is its doorway." He came closer. She gestured to the grass beside her. "Rest a moment. You've walked far." He sat. The silence here was deeper than any he had known, but not empty. It was full of things unsaid, of stories not yet finished, of breath drawn and held. The woman turned her eyes to him. "You've come with no sword, no crown, no demand. Why do you seek the well?" Ralph looked at his hands. Then he looked at the horizon, where something distant still glimmered like a drop of silver on the rim of the world. "I don't want power," he said slowly, "or glory, or even answers. I just want to understand. I want to bring back something true, something kind, something that helps others remember that the world is still worth believing in." The woman studied him, and her eyes filled with something like sorrow, but not sadness. Many come with empty hands, few come with an open heart. She reached into the grass and plucked a small fruit from the tree. "When you eat this, you will forget the road behind you for a time. It is the fruit of arrival, of beginning. You must step through the garden, not as the boy who walked all this way, but as the one who is ready to stand before the well." Ralph hesitated. To forget even a little of what he had seen, whom he had met, what he had felt, it felt like a price. But then he understood. Some things must be set down in order to truly receive what comes next. He took the fruit. It was cool, soft, and lit from within. He bit. It tasted like morning light and laughter, and the warmth of someone waiting for you just beyond a hill. When it was gone, he felt a great stillness fill him. Not emptiness, not forgetfulness, just peace. The woman rose. She pointed to the far edge of the garden, where a narrow path wound downward into mist, disappearing into the land beyond. "There lies the well," she said. "It will show you what you truly carry. You may not return the same. You may not return at all, but you will be true." Ralph stood. He did not thank her aloud. There were no words for this kind of gift. Instead, he placed his hand briefly on his heart, and she nodded in return. Then he turned and walked across the garden, through the quiet gate of trees, and down the path that led not away but inward, toward the end and the beginning. Chapter 16. The Well at the World's End. The path curved downward, winding gently through a soft mist that clung to the air like memory. Ralph's feet touched no stones now, only soil so fine it seemed woven from the breath of the world. No trees grew here, no flowers, just the low wind and the hush of stillness, and the steady beating of Ralph's heart. He did not hurry. Each step felt sacred. He had walked through forests and deserts, silence and storms. He had climbed mountains that shifted beneath his feet and crossed seas that sang in the moonlight. And now he was here, not with triumph, not with conquest, but with presence. Ahead, the mist began to part. There, in a low hollow cupped between gentle hills, was a circle of white stone. In its center, a well. It was not grand. It was not glowing. It was simple, its rim worn smooth by time, its edge lined with moss, and a quiet shimmer rising from its surface like breath from a sleeping child. No guardian stood before it, no gate barred the way. It simply was. Ralph approached. The world narrowed to stillness. He stepped to the edge and looked in, and what he saw was himself. Not in the way a mirror shows you, but in the way dreams do, layered, true, and strange. He saw the boy who had left his family, full of wonder and quiet yearning. He saw each kindness he had offered, each choice to listen instead of command, each time he had stayed gentle when the world might have hardened him. He saw his fears too, not hidden, but softened, understood. He saw the moments when he almost turned back. He saw the boy he used to be, and the person he was becoming. The water shimmered, and then a voice, not loud, not spoken, rose in him like a memory he had always known. "You have walked far not to find me, but to find yourself. What you carry is enough." Tears came, not of sorrow, but of release. He had expected magic. He had expected power. He had expected change. But what the well gave was peace. Peace that was not given like a treasure, but awakened like a song already written inside the soul, waiting to be sung. He reached down. His fingers touched the water. It was neither cold nor warm, but endless. He drank, and in that moment, nothing exploded. No light burst from the sky. Instead, everything became quiet, utterly quiet. Not empty, but whole. The well inside him filled, not with new things, but with remembrance. He remembered who he had always been beneath all the questions. Someone brave, yes, but also gentle, curious, kind. Someone who walked not to conquer, but to understand, not to take, but to give. And when he stood, the world felt full. He looked up. The mist was lifting, and far off in the distance he saw the curve of the land he had traveled, the glint of rivers and fields, the high ridges he had climbed. The path that had seemed endless now lay behind him, clear and true. But ahead was more. Not the end of the world, but a beginning. He turned from the well and began to walk once more. This time, not towards something, but with something. And wherever his feet would carry him now, the peace of the well would walk beside him. Chapter 17. The Return with Light. Ralph walked down from the hills in the early light of morning. The world no longer shimmered with mystery. It shimmered with something else now, clarity. A kind of gentle brightness lay across everything, as if the edges of the world had softened and settled. The well was behind him, but its stillness remained inside him, like a lamp lit from within. He had not become taller. He had not grown wings. He had not been crowned. And yet, he was different. He walked now with the quiet certainty of someone who had listened to the world and been heard in return. The path back was not marked. There was no trail, no road, but the land knew him now. Flowers turned their heads slightly as he passed. Trees swayed with no wind. Streams grew still for a moment to reflect his steps. The stars on his cloak shimmered gently, even by day. When he returned to the villages he had passed on his journey, Hayam and the harbour town, without a name, no one recognized him at first. He was still just a traveller with calm eyes and road-worn boots. But then someone would stop, a child would smile without knowing why, a bird would alight on his shoulder without fear, and someone in the crowd would whisper, "He brings something with him." In Hayam, the orchard bloomed a second time when he passed beneath it, though it was weeks too late in the season. In the harbour, the tide came in early, not with force, but as if eager to greet him. Ralph said little. He asked nothing. He simply walked. He sang softly when he was alone. He gave away his food when others had none. He mended the broken step on the inn porch without being asked. And slowly, wherever he lingered, people began to change. Not all at once, but in the smallest ways. They listened more. They looked each other in the eyes. They remembered how to sit still and say thank you. He returned at last to the edges of his homeland, where hills rose gently around the old roads, and the castle walls stood just beyond the river. Birds sang in the hedges. Children played in the fields. Ralph stood for a long time, watching. Then he walked through the gates, just as he had once walked out. The people did not cheer. They did not kneel, but they smiled. His father, older now, with his crown set gently on his graying hair, met him in the courtyard. He said nothing at first. Then, "You found it," Ralph nodded. "And what did you bring back?" Ralph stepped forward. He did not draw anything from his pack. He did not raise a banner or display a treasure. He simply placed his hand over his heart and said, "Stillness," and a way to listen. His brothers gathered beside him, curious and quiet. They saw no glory, but they felt it, and they followed him without needing to ask why. That evening, the castle doors remained open. The fire was warm. The stars came out one by one, and something in the world seemed to breathe, as if a long-held breath had been released. Ralph sat beneath the old oak tree in the garden, his cloak of stars around his shoulders. He didn't need to tell the story. The piece he carried was the telling, and far away, where the sky met the hills and the wind whispered through grass, someone else set out on a road drawn not by fear or fame, but by the quiet call of wonder. And the road began again. Chapter 18. A kingdom made gentle. Time passed, but not like it used to. The days no longer hurried by in busy silence. They unfolded like petals, slow and intentional, filled with meaning both small and deep. Ralph lived quietly, just as he had walked quietly. He did not take a throne, he did not lead an army, he did not declare himself the one who had found the well at the world's end. Instead, he listened. When farmers came to the castle gates with questions about soil or seed, he walked the fields with them, barefoot. When a child cried, he knelt, not to shush them but to ask, "What do you feel?" And he waited for the answer. He mended things, not just walls and tools, but silences between people. He taught others not to rush to speak, but to sit with silence and not to fear it. The stillness he had found at the well had taken root in him, and from him it began to spread. The castle changed. Laughter came more often. Not loud or raucous, but deep and real. People lingered in the gardens. They sang while they worked. They told old stories by firelight and listened to new ones from travelers. The walls of the kingdom, once high and proud, grew covered in ivy and flowering vines. The gates were left open more often than closed. Guests were given bread before names and asked for stories before silver. One spring, a child wandered into the throne room while Ralph was seated on a cushion near the window. She held a flower in her hand, and her eyes were full of questions. "Are you the king?" she asked. Ralph smiled. "I'm someone who listens." She nodded, satisfied. "That's better." And she sat beside him, and they watched the clouds for a long time. Word spread beyond the kingdom, not of miracles or might, but of a place where people felt safe, where strangers were welcomed, and no question was too small, where a quiet man in a starlit cloak could be found planting wildflowers by the road, or sitting with the lonely, or simply walking slow and barefoot through a world that had begun to remember how to be soft. The kingdom did not grow in size. It grew in gentleness, and gentleness, like a song hummed over fields, traveled far. Other lands began to notice. A warrior laid down his sword and built a garden where he had once prepared for war. A scholar stopped writing and began asking instead of answering. A prince followed the wind eastward, listening for something more than duty. And somewhere, perhaps many somewheres, a young traveler stood at a crossroads, uncertain, and felt the lightest pull in their heart, like a whisper on the breeze. There is a place, a road, a well, walk gently, and you may find it. As for Ralph, he never again sought distant wonders. He had seen them, and more than that, he had become them. He spent his days walking paths close to home, sharing tea with quiet souls, and watching the stars come out, each one a promise that wonder never truly ends, only begins again and again. And sometimes, at night, he would sit beneath the old oak in the castle garden, close his eyes, and hear the wind whispering through the leaves. It never said the same thing twice, but it always sounded like a friend. The end. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. And until next time, rest well.